maintain hygiene and quality is essential. Workers must follow strict personal hygiene. We are clean. Yeah, those kind of thing we can check. Yeah, let's see on the chat. I'm going through this because then this will be like a kind of like feedback for all of you. So cosmetic industry, in food industry, personal hygiene occurs and clean environment. So this is gaps in yogurt production industry, raw material. Okay, Samandhi. Okay, this is interesting. Uh, the raw material quality, validate of milk quality affecting final product consistency, inadequate screening for contaminated or alteration of raw material. This is very interesting, right? So, Soumya, like you talk about the milk industry, right? So when you're getting milk, like normally the milk, it's not from one person. It collected from different people. So people do a lot of adulteration, right? So sometimes they use water, so and then sometimes they use different chemicals, right? So your incoming inspection. So supply evaluation is pretty much based on the incoming inspection. So then see the milk industry sometimes they identify the routes, the route number one, route number two, route number three. So then the quality of that particular route. So based on that analysis only you can go back. This is very interesting. And then process control, uh, pH and all kind of requirement, hygiene, sanitation, packing, yeah. Kitchen, no approved supply list, yeah. We don't have, but we don't have documented, but we sometimes we have, right? Ice cream industry, select approved supply, because sometimes if you are importing, you can get it right based on the certification. So see, this two different. One is yogurt, one is ice cream. So yogurt is a local industry. We don't have approved supply. We don't have a certification, right? It's like milk collectors. So based on the collectors, you need to develop your own system. So imagine if you go to the two different industry, both milk. One is one is ice cream, very much standardized, and you depend on most of the time like you depend on imports, so you can structure a system. But the yogurt industry is other way around, right? So your local industry, right? So this is very interesting, right? Totally different. And then we have a cosmetic, COA. Cosmetic, we go with the COA. And then price material, yeah, very much on COA part. See, now I'll take one example. So, see, don't get this personal, right? So I just basically use this your example for you to like understand. So now Pumi has said cosmetic industry relying on COA results for most of the testing. So we can't locally do this testing. These are very expensive. So your supply selection is pretty much on COA. But Ricini has said quality control use only sound suitable raw material or ingredient. So it doesn't like, you can't measure this, right? So it's another statement. So when you go for analysis, you need to make sure like, go to like this, relying only on COA results. So we know like, okay, all your suppliers, you pretty much work on the COA, certificate of analysis. But somebody said like, sound suitable raw material or ingredient, which we don't know, like so how do you measure, make sure it's sound? Are you going to test, or are you going to use the certificate of analysis? So this is very important part, right? See, I think like team, I think like when you have this example, you can identify. So that's why I'm basically going through this particular example, right? So in food industry, hygiene and safety are ensured by frequent hand washing, clean uniform. No, guys. So Ishara, like we know, we are talking about the supplier. So how do you make sure, like supplier hand washing, cleaning? That is your staff, right? So we want the suppliers. Just guys, just focus on the topic. So we are talking about GMP, particularly supplier part, not your industry. So your industry and all, like we are going to discuss these clean uniforms and everything under personal. So just focus on the topic. So when you go to the industry, I'm like you can develop audit checklist or you can evaluate the industry based on each and every topic. So you can improve that, right? So if you just give a kind of a general information, nobody's going anywhere, right? So that's the problem with GMP. See, GMP people are taken very lightly. It's not. Now I think you understand that, right? So GMP is not that light area. It's a very advanced area. You need to know a lot of information, right? So in like this example, yeah. So guys, don't put like don't stop giving information, right? So this information is for you to for me to evaluate and give a feedback. So that is our learning curve. So we can fast learn, right? So whatever the don't worry about the correct or wrong answers. Whatever the answer you think you can put it in the chat. I'll give feedback. So then you can learn. You can learn fast within one day. This particular day you're going to learn the entire GMP thing, right? With the example. So Yasuru basically said fish processing. In input fish should not damage by fishing tool. So in fish processing industry, you can't evaluate your suppliers, right? So you are not going to evaluate your supplier. What you do is you are basically doing 100% incoming inspection. That is your supply evaluation part. Right. There are some industries, some chemicals which you can't do. So in fish industry, you do 100%. You just check 100% fish, and then if the person X bring a wrong fish, fish are damaged, you return or you downgrade it. Right. So this is the incoming supply evaluation. So this is what standard required this part, right? Purchasing and supply control part. Approve supply list, supply audit and evaluation, specification. So the fish area. So incoming material, you have a specification. Like when you go to the hotel kitchen area. So raw material, there's a receiving area. So they have given a kind of a specific guideline. Now we talk about, we said apple, vegetable, and those kind of things are high risk areas, right? High risk food. So what we do is high risk food. There's a mechanism you have a cleaning you have a cleaning process. You only go through that cleaning process and accept the material. That's how you do, right? So this is very interesting, right? So depend on the industry, depend on the capacity in the particular country, right? So that capacity will vary from Sri Lanka to some other country. So supply evaluation from Sri Lanka will be vary from Dubai. Supply evaluation from Maldives, maybe Bangladesh. So it depends. It's vary, right? But you need to identify your own supplier selection process, right? I hope this is clear now. Let's move on. Now warehousing. Let me go back to this. You talk about facility. You talk about equipment. Now we are going to talk about the warehousing, right? So I think this will be the last one before we lunch. Within another 7 minutes, we'll stop for lunch. Right? Warehouse, we need to have a separate raw material, packing material, and finished good. And then depend on some industries. We call mise en place, like in between. Hotel industry, sometimes you do some product and then you do separation, or maybe you do some value addition and then there's a certain time frame you need to keep. We call mise en place, right? So that you need to have a separate area, you can't mix with raw material or you can't mix with finished good, right? So there's a area. And then even that industry, we call thawing, right? -18 freezer, like meat or fish, you can't just straight away take and cook, right? So it should go through a temperature decreasing, and then you keep separate timing, normally you have to have a separate thawing freezers, but some industries, some hotels, they don't have that. So instead of that, they quite use running water, those kind of a thing, right? Sometimes there are some unaccepted ways they are using, but that will be a cross contamination. So this is one thing. And then in warehouse we need to work on first in first out, right? sometimes last to expiry first out, right? So those kind of analysis we need to do, because sometimes like industry, you can't 100% stick to first in first out. Why? Because you have like last expiry, because sometimes you don't have a control over your purchase. So you bring the product, right? So you call it last expiry. So last expiry first out, and then temperature and humidity control. In warehouse, sometimes like temperature, freezer, cold room, and then like room temperature, whatever. How do you maintain the temperature, product temperature? This is very important. And then correct stacking norm, without having a cross contamination. What are the stacking norm, right? And then warehouse pest and insect control. This is very important, because this is the area where you keep your food for some time. So pest and insect control, and then minimizing product damage during storage. This is crucial, right? So this is warehouse, and then warehousing requirement. So what do you know about the warehouse requirement guideline? Like product cannot be kept on floor. There should be a pallet. Why? There should be a air flow in between. Otherwise, moisture can absorb, right? And then vehicle conveyors and containers. So they are like incoming. How you check, dispatch. How you're going to check, and then condition of the container, and then clean, dry, and temperature control warehouse, and then pest proof storage facility. Now, this is the warehousing facility requirement. So I think like we have enough time. First in, first out, temperature, like cold room temperature. Why one question: why we need to maintain temperature? You all already answered this question, because like if we need to like substrate, we need to stop microbial growth. That's why we need to maintain the temperature. And then when you maintain the temperature, we have to make sure entire cold chain is maintaining that, not only one particular instant. Like if it is ice cream, manufacturing plant, storage, transportation, again storage, comes to your facility, up to guess, up to you, like maintain the temperature control. Because if there's a violation, there will be issue. Because see, now I think like we have friend, person who's from manufacturing, ice cream manufacturing, right? So like when you add the preservative, so either you add into a water layer or a oil layer. So if there's a segregation, what will happen? There's segregation, that will be a serious issue. So let me ask one question. So like when you go to the kitchen, you identify uh, the set of eggs, like say egg crate with full of fungus. What do you do? What do you do with this? Say when you go to the kitchen, like when you go for your own kitchen or hotel kitchen, you see crate of eggs full of fungus. Eggs, like raw eggs with shell. You see the fungus. These are the stores. What do you do? I hope my question is clear, right? When you walk in, you saw like say crates of eggs, right? And then it's fungus. So the storekeeper said, now only we bought these eggs with fungus. So what do you do? Now what do you do? What are you going to do with that? ඔයාගේ සද්ද නැතුව ඉන්න දැන්නේ ඔක්කොමලා. ෆංගස් දැක්කේ නැහැ කියලා යන්න දැන්නේ. What are you going to do? So there's a fungus, like in the eggs. What are you going to do? Guys, these are practical scenarios. As a food professionals, you might ended up with this. So what are you going to do?
We need to remove that.
But a lot of money. So are you going to discard, remove the fungus or remove the entire eggs?
Yeah, technically we need to remove the entire eggs.
Yeah, what do you mean by technically? Non-technically, what are you going to do?
Clean it and keep it back.
Yeah, that's what people do, right? So what is the risk? What is the risk? See, fungus can give like aflatoxin, right? We never knew, like, whether it's generated or not, right? Aishwar, you agree with my point, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so people might like non-technically like people might okay make a pidala hodala like we can keep it, but it's out, you can't, because like if there's aflatoxin, uh, it can goes inside the egg, right? So that will be a serious issue, right? So you need to discard everything, and then same time you can't stop at discarding, right? You need to go and okay. Shanika said wash with hot water. No way, Shanika, right? No way. You can't wash it. You have to discard it. And then not only discarding, you have to go back and check with customer, the supplier. Why this like yeah, placing the container stored in a external waste disposal. Yeah. So you need to go and check with the supplier why this happened, right? Whether his other egg products are again contaminated or not. Because like when you discard that lot, uh, most of the time supplier said, okay, mata din man discard karana. That's what they do, right? So what is this? Okay, just wash and give it to somebody else, or wash and give it back to you. Or maybe he go back and check his stores, and then like maybe he's having same scenario. So before he send, he make sure he's washed and send it to you. So if there's a contamination with aflatoxin, you'll ended up with the serious issue. Yeah. So we have to be careful. We have to know about supply. Maybe his chiller has temperature issues. So those things don't stop at your point. You have to go back and check with check with your supplier. So Hiruni, like this scenario, this is supplier. So maybe you go back to the suppliers as well. Right, guys. So shall we break for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock? I think like 11:15 to 2 o'clock is lunchtime, right? Guys, shall we break for lunch and come?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. एक एक ओके क्या नॉन नता खाना तो ऐड करना नहीं करें. So we'll have a good break. So we'll have about 45 minutes break and 2 o'clock we'll come back. Yeah, and we'll continue and complete the entire GMP part. Yep. Right, team. Thank you very much. Any question, like you can put it in the chat. I'll try to answer and enjoy your lunch. I'm not going to give any case studies. So enjoy your lunch. After that, we'll enjoy the case studies and everything. Right. See you all after 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, all. So I think, are you back from lunch? So all are back. So until we settle down, let me try to I went through the feedbacks. I think quite okay. Still, most of you are confused. You are not focusing only on the particular area. But one I have a question um, we, Dhananjay Abba Bandara basically talk about wastewater plant. So I'm pretty much okay with the gap, but I don't know. I can't relate the wastewater plant and the GMP requirement. Uh, he went up to the COD, BOD level, pathogens and all equipment. Dhananjay, if you can just give me an idea why wastewater plant and equipment, because if you are using wastewater into maybe plantation or maybe different food related activities, that is fine. But other than that, for the wastewater plant, we are not very much focusing on the GMP requirement. Yeah. So Dhananjay, if you can just give me an idea, what is this? Or maybe whatever you have mentioned there, is a kind of a nice gap study. You said the equipment maintenance again, aging pumps, blowers, and sensors causing downtime. If it is automated. So these are very, very related thing, but I try to connect with the GMP requirement in food industry. So I couldn't. So that's why I just asked what is why there's a what is the connection there, right? So other than that, all are here. So how was your lunch? Had a good lunch? So when you have online program, you can eat whenever you want, but better to have a break because we are working on one particular subject and then you started to think. So better to have small breaks that will basically boost your uh, learning capacity. Um, so are we going to wait or shall we start? Organizing committee, what do you think? Shall we start?
Yes, so we can start. They will
We
join
Table
soon.
time. Right. Okay. Let's move on. Right. Now, again, I'll repeat. Warehousing is quite interesting and an important area because, during the processing time, you can use the killing step, like heat, whatever mechanism, to control. But during the warehouse, that you keep product stored, your product, finished product, raw material, packing product, and then we call mise en place in between, so those you keep there, right? So then you maintain the temperature, you maintain the humidity. Say for example, there are some product you need to keep under low humidity because if humidity goes up, again it started to absorb moisture. There are kind of a product, so they absorb moisture. So then you need to maintain kind of a low humidity level you need to maintain. And then the stacking norm, pest, all these requirements are kind of an important part warehousing. And then and even at the warehousing, you try to keep a gap between the wall, you're not just putting all products touching the wall, and then you are not product storing on the floor. Always you try to keep the pallet, right? Pallet mean you have a uplifted plastic or wooden material, and then there will be airflow. So anybody can tell me like why you need to keep on pallet, or like why you are not keeping product just touching the wall? Any particular reason for that? This is crucial in food industry. Why is that? Any idea why you are not keeping on the floor? Like always, so the stores, always you ask, keep the product on the floor. Not keep the product on the floor, like always on the stack, the pallet. And then there's a gap between the wall and the product. Why is that? Any particular reason for that? So the people who visit industries, people who work their internship, yeah, somebody
Contamination
try.
can be happen.
Yeah, Madhushankar?
Contamination and pests can be damaged.
Yeah, contamination due to what? If yeah, Madhushankar, cross contamination. Yeah, because walls, there can be damp, the wet. So if there's a wet, most of the product are with corrugated, so then moisture can come in, and then of course the pest as well as fungus growth, right? When you have air circulation, you won't get. So if you keep the product, you can see sometimes the product is kind of a wet, right? So then again moisture can. So yeah, moisture absorb, wall of flow. So that's the main reason, right? And then second thing is the cleaning. So if you keep, yeah, cleaning and allow, Kushan, you are quite right. So, if you keep the product, stack on the wall or the floor, you can't clean. So this is very important, right? So this is a storage part, and then first in first out, and then again, there's a legal requirement, right? If you identify the PHI is the authorized body to audit your food facility, right? When you're running a food manufacturing or food related factory, you need to get a PHI approval. That's a mandatory, we call GMP requirement. Approval is a must. So when they identify if there's an expired product within the facility, that's a legal violation. So yeah, first in first out or last expiry, out is a must thing. So you have to make sure all these things are there. Right now, let's do this case study. Now I'll give 5 minutes. Maybe your facility, just think of what are the expired product, because we have people from tea industry, different industry, and then I think we have a person from oil, the oil industry. So I ask this question, you have a one storage tank or maybe two storage tank. So how do you know, whether you finish your product oil and then put into the storage pack, and then using that particular storage tank you use for packing, right? Repacking or whatever. And then it's not partition, right? So all the oil will be mixed. So how do you maintain first in first out in oil industry? Right, it could be some other industry as well if you have a storage facility, right? So my question is for that. Others, who is not having industry experience, think of your kitchen. Like now, if you are in kitchen, just go and open your fridge or open your drawer, something, dry product or temperature control product. See whether expired products are there. Ask from them how do you maintain first in first out. So if you're putting sugar into a sugar bottle, so, how do you know, whether it's expired sugar or not? Right. So, this is the challenge we are facing. So, now just think 5 minutes and come back. How do you manage this first in, first out, and then, pest control, inspection, right? Humidity, temperature, correct stacking norms. So how do you going to and then maintain the product damage? How do you going to maintain this in your whatever the industry you are, or maybe your home, right? Team is clear. Question is clear. Team, is the question clear? Team, the question is clear to you. Rasit, is it clear? Imran, is the question clear to you? Senthil, is question clear to you? Guys, is clear? If you're not clear, let me explain again. Guys, is it clear to you? Nipun, is it clear? Oh, it's not clear. What happened to you all after lunch? Huh? All right, okay, I'll explain. Right. See, what I want you to do is like, now you know about the warehouse and all these scenarios, right? So this part warehousing. So in warehousing, you pack raw material, packing material, finished good, and then you have to maintain first in, first out. There should be expire product. Temperature maintenance has to be there. Stacking norm has to be there. So pest proof has to be there because you are not going to inspect every day, right? So the question is now, if you are working in industry, I need to know how you're going to maintain. Do a kind of a gap study where the gaps are in, first out, or like expiry date and all, right? Or otherwise, if you don't have any experience in warehouse in industry, just go to your kitchen and do this gap study. Yeah, is it clear now? Like previously, we do the gap study on warehousing. So either in your industry or your kitchen. Sanjay, are you clear now? Sanjay, is it clear to you? Clear to others? Like other equipment and all, like you're going to do a gap study. So maybe you're in your kitchen, your stores would be like one cupboard. That's your stores. Or maybe your fridge. Right? And in industry, it will be different thing. Is it clear, guys? Is it clear? You okay with this? Not clear? Guys, can I get a feedback? Is it clear? All right, okay. Thank you. Right, let's move on. So now is 214. So 219 will see your feedback. So you can upload. So just think about the warehouse part only, right? So don't go for the other element, the future elements. Just focus on the warehouse part. Yeah, that's it. So once you finish, you can give a feedback. So you have time till 219. I'll check WhatsApp and all. So I'm getting feedback. So let's see. Raw and cooked food stored separately. Separately dry food storage example sugar, cold storage example meat, no evidence of insect, rodents, cleaning chemicals, and food separate storage. Okay. Yep, that's so raw and cooked food stored separately. So, like in your fridge, just check, like maybe the cooked product, like after consume, if there's a half left, how do you going to store that, right? So that's another challenge part. The product can be labeled when storing to remain first in first out, controlling the temperature humidity by measuring them frequently using relevant instrument. Product can stack in the way to get first in first out. So yeah, Fatima, I'm agreed. Like what about now you're using like in between storage facility in kitchen, even manufacturing facility we do. Say we have a bulk 20 kg one, and then we take say 5 kg as an ingredient and put it in transfer into a product. So are we having the labels expire date, and then before we complete everything, like say 4 kilos you use, and then again add another 5 kilos. So again, like how do you maintain that, right? So that's my challenge. That's my question. To find expired product, check the expiry date on the package regularly. Look for any sign like bad smell, change in color, damaged packing. To keep damage minimum, store food right temperature and use all right tight container. Handle product carefully and keep the storage area clean and dry. Using older product first also help, like yeah, agreed. Mention tea process factory, separate raw packing finished goods, designated distinct clearly marked area for raw tea leaves, raw material packing materials, and finished product. Prevent cross contamination. Tekla, right? I think like tea factory mean you are talking about the black tea or export tea processing plant. You buy from the auction and then blend it. I don't know whether which one. So separate raw packing and finished good. First in, first out, implement systems to ensure that the older stock of tea is always used to ship before newer batches, thereby preserving freshness of flavor. Yeah, agreed. So I think like you're talking about the export factory, right? Yep. Temperature and humidity control, maintain cool, stable temperature and low humidity in the warehouse to prevent moisture, damage, more growth and decline tea quality. Agreed. Correct stacking norm. Follow strict guideline for stacking tea, chest and bags. Yeah, I think like export factory. Chest and bags to prevent product damage, ensure stability and allow proper circulation. Pest and insect control, establish regular pest control program. Seal all entry point from product decontamination, minimize during storage, train staff to, yeah, I think this is really good. So I think like Tekla has basically explained a lot about the export tea factory storage, and Kasuni clearly labeled stored item with name, clean storage area, including flow. Yeah, separate. Abhishek, separate, not practical. Practice meat in ice cream in same freezer. First in now, first can't do due to filling things in separate bottles rather than in packing. Yeah, I know that's the challenge you're facing in the manufacturing as well. In tea sector, floors, walls, and storage racks clean, no dust, no sign of insect, rodent. Samodhya said the pest control record maintain tea stores in pallet off the floor, away from walls, proper ventilation and temperature, bags, box, seals, label and damage, tree, waste bin covered with empty. Okay. Patnaik, storage floor, dry, chill and frozen. Portion in forward movement, rearrange stores in items, move forward proper. Preparation zone, raw material, vegetable, close cook. Yeah, cooking line. Lines. Arrange put some movies backwards. Uh, planting. Okay. I hope this some information are not from ChatGPT. Yeah. right? The kitchen warehouse areas is organized to ensure food safety efficient. Item raw material, dry goods, cleaning agent. First, okay. Okay, I asked some question from you guys. The oil, oil industry. Uh, uh, you keep a bulk storage tank, and then whenever you have new oil, you fill it, and then balance you, you basically repack it. So then, how do you maintain like first in first out? So now some Indias say in kitchen, you old items, you put front and then keep all the old items back, right? But in that kind of a scenario, so and we had a random inspection, purchasing some better gaps, expire date, stored in correct temperature and humidity, separate stores behind the old product front, found issues like poor ventilation, yeah, storage segregation, yeah, pest control, yeah. Okay, Bashani has explained about coconut oil. So segregation of material packing as they are first in first out. Okay, my question: implement first in first out to ensure the older stock is used first, minimizing expire or degrade product. Now, Bashani, for me, my question is the oil will be using in a kind of a stock tank, one stock tank, right? You don't have 10, 20 stock tank, maybe one or two big stock tank, right? So Fatima said by fixing a tap to outlet from the bottom. Agreed. But then again, oils are mixing. So how do you make sure it's first in first out? So if it is a product, physical product, like say for example, we say noodles. So you bring the noodles, you have an expiry date. You bring the lowest expiry date front and the balance into a back, right? New product. So you maintain first in first out. But if you have liquid, some sort of a liquid, you fill it into a can, and then how do you make sure the first in first out? So it's see what I yeah, 5% plant raw material packing material. Yep, I got a lot of information. I'll try to reply to all after the program. uh, Withdraw oil from older batch tank first, arrange tank physically to the oldest batch withdrawal, conduct regular inventory. No, you can't do that. See, Ratnak, like we are talking about not talking about one or two bottles, right? We are talking about 1,000 liter, 2,000 liters, or maybe 10,000 liter tank. It's a huge tank, right? So you can't. I mean, you have to collect this, and then based on your customer requirement, you repack and send it. So then again, there will be a leftover. Again, you have to repump it again. Right. So you can say up to certain level you finish one tank and then you go for the next tank. But then again there will be a mixing. So my question, how are you going to this thing? How are you going to make sure the first in first out? Wow, Rana Singh, you're almost there, right? I think if you go to Rana Singh, right, you need to treat your. I believe he's from a similar industry or he has some experience, right? You need to treat the whole tank as a one unit with the first added batch of oil as an expiry date benchmark. So maybe you add some oil in last month, but you need to have a trace, and you add some oil today as well. But your expiry date, you consider that entire thing, right? So then you create first in first out like that, right? So it's not easy. See, what I want is after your study, after your degree, you are getting to the industry. So in your degree, you study first in first out. You think it's very simple concept. Why? Once it's expire, first I need to dispose it fast, and then you have a mechanism. But when it go to industry, there are so many practical issues. So this kind of a program will try to give you a kind of a identification on that, right? So this is one area, vegetable stores in the paper drawer. Okay, we got it. So now I think like you all covered up to the warehousing part. Let's move on, right? So now again personal. I think like even initially you try to help answer this question as well. So we have few categories, like if you summarize, you talk about the facility and facility located. That part we covered. And then we covered the equipment. That's a critical area. You talk about dead ends and cleaning, what are the materials is manufactured, all these things we covered. And then we covered the warehousing part. And then we are covering the personal part. So under personal, see, all these four categories can lead to a contamination, right? So personnel properly trained for the job and reassigning. I think like most of your case studies, when you answer, you try to answer this as well, right? You link personal training part. I'm like, it's quite right, right? But I just want to make sure you are very much focused on each and every element, right? Then must not contribute to a contamination of the product. So people should not contribute to contamination. Must be well trained in hygiene and safety. So they should be trained in hygiene and safety. Why we are touching the safety part? Because if you damage yourself, like again, that will be a contamination. Say for example, packing line is there, packing machine is there, somebody damaged their hand. So then product can be contaminated with the blood, right? So if there's any bloodborne pathogens available, that will be another issue, right? So and then in any manufacturing factory, safety is a must, right? So we need to make sure people are trained on hygiene, people are trained on safety, and must strictly follow the personal hygiene guideline. So there should be a personal hygiene guideline starting from your nails, your appearance, your beard. So medical clearance, all these things are like kind of a must requirement, right? So when you talk about personal hygiene facility, hand washing procedure must be there, right? If I ask this question, how many of you know how to wash your hands? How many of you know, as per food safety, right? Requirement. How many of you know how to wash hands? Tell me, like we have about 409 people. How many of you know how to, and all of you are coming from food background. How many of you can say, I know how to wash my hands? Okay. So Senaviratna said he can. Who else? Only one person out of 400? 0.25% or what? Only one person? So, is there okay, two people, there are two another person, right? Three people, four, five, okay. So we have more people, right? Okay. So so have you done a hands-on in microbiological facility? Say, have you done a SOB analysis in microbes? So I think some of you are in microbiology as a part subject, right? So have you done a microbiology analysis for hand? Have you done? Is there anyone who has done? Yes. Okay. So what is the outcome? Husband, what is the outcome? What is the outcome? Is it a clear, or do you identify the microbes in the hand? Which whose hand is like a workers, or can you just give me more information about it? Husband, is it when you do the hands of hand analysis, is it you got very good results, or is it issue? Husband, any feedback? You have done hands off, right? See, one particular example. When you do the inspection, part of our job is we go and do the inspection, right? This is not in Sri Lanka. This is a different resort. So when we started to do hands jobbing, is a big property. They about in Sri Lanka, there are some hotels maximum we have about like 3, 4 kitchen, like Chinese, Sri Lankan, and Thai kitchens are there. But most of the resort in some other countries they have about like maybe 10, 20 kitchens, right? It's quite a lot big. So when we started to do the hand swabbing with the microbiology team, first few kitchens we take samples, and then later on like we continue. It's a full day program, so we have to take hand swabs and like you know how to do hand swab, right? So we start with it time consuming, but we start with few first two, second, third kitchen, and when we go to 7, 8 kitchen, and then when we do the analysis, first 1 or 2 kitchens, 3 kitchens, there are some contamination. You identify the contamination, but when you go to the latter part, like the final phase, all hands are clean, very clear, like no evidence of micro contamination. Any particular reason why, like in one same organization, first few ones you got contamination, and then last ones nothing at all? Any feedback? Why is that? Any scientific explanation? Let me repeat again. So when you do a sub analysis in same organization, you have so many kitchens, right? So first few ones, you started to get results, right? Contamination, micro contamination. But last kitchens, people when you analyze, that they are quite okay. Any scientific evidence for that? Any feedback? Think what do you think? What do you think? What happened? During like first 2, 3 kitchen, people are very bad. They don't wash their hands. That's why they have a contamination. And then when you go to like kitchen number 7, 8, 9, 10 and all, the people are really good. They wash their hands like when they before they enter into the facility. What do you think? Is that the scenario? Is that the indication from the results? Hands ups? Yeah, you're quite right. Honestly, like you're right, right? Yeah, because see, last kitchen people are like they know it because we are coming to get the hands ups, right? So people doesn't know about it, right? Yeah, their internal communication is so good. Yeah, so internal communication is so good, but first we need to know the indication, right? First we need to know the indication. So we know like people are not washing their hands. So when you do the sub analysis, like when you go into industry, when you do the sub analysis, just think all these factors. You can't conclude and say, okay, first 2 kitchens is out, like they don't wash their hand, and then the following people are like is quite good. No, you can't. You can't. So you need to study, like you need to have a then parallel team running like parallelly, and then without going for each and every kitchen, take few samples, then job done, right? So this is very interesting. So hand washing procedure. So now my question. So only few people said they know how to wash hand, right? So you have your hand. I hope you can see my hand, right? So the main problem is this gap between the fingers, right? Because if you don't wash these gaps, these areas, that's a problem. And then again this area, because like it's curved, right? So there's another chance. So then and then this area. So what you do is like when you wash your hand, so you have to make sure you apply detergent up to this point, and then you wash like this, right? So when you wash like this, your nails will be like this part. When you do swab analysis, you can see this part has most contamination. So this part and your bottom part will be clean, right? So and then parallelly you need to wash all this area. So when you do hand washing, like most of the people, what they do is they just wash, apply detergent like this and come back. So they don't do this part. So when you go to industry, right? When you go to industry, just stand in the washing bay. So there's a washing bay, right? Entrance of the factory. So just stand and see, like how many how people washing their hand. So that will be a nice gap analysis. Or otherwise, if you have a CCTV camera facing there, get the CCTV recording for last week and then analyze. So that will give a kind of a good indication. So there should be a hand washing procedure and everybody should follow it. And then you need to validate whether the people are like washed properly. So only thing is like, get sub results, like, in a surprise way. Then is done. And then PPE requirement, like you said, there are some industries you have to have a face mask, right? It's a must. And then there are some industries, especially meat and all, you might need to wear a gloves. Now, this again, sometimes this will become a kind of a wrong concept. See, if you don't have a controlled temperature, right, like, especially AC condition and all, if you don't have the temperature, control temperature, then if you are giving a gloves, the rubber gloves, that create an additional input. Sometimes, like, we saw this kind of a scenario when we go for audit. I mean, like, during the other days, they are not using the gloves, but during the audit date, these people are wearing a glove, but it's high humid, high temperature. What happened? So there's a like lot of moisture and, like, sweat inside the gloves. So that will become a contamination. So you have to identify the risk factors and then only provide the PPEs. That's a must, right? So identify the, like, uh, like, uh, risk factors, and then only you provide the PPs, right? So right PPs is a mandatory, because hair cover, and then when you do a hair cover, like, people have, like, hair is coming out, so entire hair has to be covered. And if you have a beard, it's not trimmed, then you have to have a beard guard, right? So, and then there are some industries like, primary packaging industries. There will be a static, right? So you need to have a long sleeve, right? So those things has to be there. And then restriction on jewelry, and it's very important, because in food industry you should not wear like rings or whatever with the ring. I mean, like, the stones and all, because those small places can be a harborage point for the microbes, right? So that's critical factor. So those are key requirement, right? And then, and especially, like, people tend to have, like, a lot of like lines and whatever those things. So they can do whatever like outside, but when you enter into the facility, everybody should adhere to this, right? So these are very critical. And then personal hygiene and illness reporting. See, you need to have a proper system, checking or system. Like, if there's illness, people should communicate and then it should report. And then personal hygiene facility and toilet. Now, can I ask this question? Like, can a toilet available inside the production facility? Like, manufacturing plant, you will say, okay, I'm running 24/7. I don't want people to go outside. So that's the chance of contamination. So can I have, like, one toilet inside? What do you think? What do you think? So when you go to the industry, industry, like, senior person or your boss, he's not coming from food background. He will say, okay, he's building a new facility. Let's have a one toilet inside. So because of night shift, I don't want people to go out. Yeah, actually, you can't say it's not good. You can't. You can't have. Now, I'll put it another way. Now already uh, you have a facility, and then toilet is there. So the management will say, okay, look, let's close down the toilet, and we are not going to use it. Can we keep it? Now, what is your feedback? So you have a production facility, and you have a toilet, and, like, actually you're not going to use it. Right, it's there. You close it and with the padlock and all. And so can we keep like that? So Sansia said no. Sandini said no. Why is no? Yep, you agreed, because why no is, like, even you are not, if you are not using that toilet, right? Uh, that gully is connected, right? So there can be airborne count, right? So if you want to close down, you need to seal the entire thing, right? You need to remove the facility. So we are having this scenario, like, not only Sri Lanka, like in some other countries as well, we are having this scenario. So again, like, it will be a kind of a challenging situation, because already building has built, everything infrastructure has done. Then again, we are saying, okay, you need to remove remove the toilet. So better. That's why I said, like, we are quite happy, quite luxury to start the project with design stage. So it's a matter of changing the lines and the doors, right? So that's right. And then toilet, personal hygiene, and then sometimes some industries, like when you go for GMP, the BRC requirement, British Retail Consortium requirement, they ask where your uniform will be washing. So there should be outside place, and then canteen facility, like eating areas, it has to be outside. Do you have a question? Achinta, you have a question? No, right. Okay. Yeah. So canteen areas has to be outside, and then people cannot bring their food inside to the plant. And then sometimes, like people, what they do is, like they serve tea inside to save the timing, right? Production timing. You can't do that, because when you're bringing tea inside, you attract insect, like even flies, even ants, right? So that is one area. And then workwear and protective clothing, where you wash all these things. And then health status. So you have to have assurance that all your employees are hygienically cleared, and then all are in good state. So this including the management staff, right? Including management. So if I'm involved with the ice cream manufacturing plant or food production site as a manager, I should get the food clearance, because otherwise I can become a contamination source. Right. So that is the one thing, right? So every year there should be like medical clearance, and then as per the country's law, right? So different countries have a different law. So based on that, you can do a testing facility, right? And then illness and injury. So if there's a, like cut in your hand, so what are you going to do? So, and then, like most of the time, like it explained, TS is not that explained this GMP standard, but they said sometimes if you're applying a plaster, it should not be a skin color plaster. It should be a different color plaster. But in Sri Lanka, is not easy to find the different color plaster. Unless there's a skin color plaster is available, right? So, and then most of the time, what we try to do is, like if possible, we try to put that person into a different area without direct, like foot contact area. And then personal cleanliness, like there should be a checklist, like hands ups. So hands up will be, like very random, like once a month or every quarter. But this personal cleaning at the beginning, I'm like you start at a regular, every day, every other day, and all. And then later on, you can like once it's getting into a kind of a rhythm, you can cut down the frequency. So, like say when you're, I think, like all of you are getting ready to the industry, so personal hygiene, personal cleaning checklist is a must. But, like sometimes it will become like kind of a pain, because every day you have to do it. So what you need to do is, like initially start with regularly, and then you try to identify the abnormalities, and then communicate with the staff, train them. And then once it's complete, so there's no abnormalities, very minimum, and then you reduce the frequency. You take a management decision and say, okay, look, last 3 months we analyzed, now all are basically adherent to the basic GMP personal requirement. So the nails are cut, their hairs are there, they are having hair caps, the beards trim, and then if not, like they are using the beer guards, and then, like there's no smelling, the uniform is clean. So you have a checklist. So then once you have a good results from this checklist, then you will say, okay, look, now let me, like relax. So this is kind of a sampling plan, right? So initially you go with tight sampling plan every day until, like you have a good system. So then you try to cut it down, you try to slow it down, and then you say, okay, every other day, so then once a week. So when you complete once a week, that's good enough. So then that particular day, it has to be a random day. So then people doesn't know, like when are you going to do this inspection. So when you get into the industry, try to follow these kind of a thing. It will be very effective, right? You are getting grip out of the entire system. You started to know about your people, right? So now, like the problem is, most of the people, like we sit in front of the computer and try to do all the GMP requirement, but without going into the flow. But you can't do that. Like you need to go to the flow, right? And then personal behavior. So this is very important. We are not discussing the organization culture, but when you go for BRC standard, it talk about organization culture. It goes beyond the procedure. right? Like, how your people are, like, taking care of good manufacturing practice. What is their motivation, right? So, and then, like, under personal behavior, you can talk about beetle eating, maybe chewing gum, or like, those kind of activities. So you study all this, right? So while once they do the production area, right? Now, I just explained a lot about personal hygiene because this is the crucial factor. See, sometimes, like, at the audit, there was a one audit in like, not here, in catering facility, airline catering facility. They are very very strict. Like, the people who travel, like, sometimes not short distance, maybe like 10-14 hours they travel, right? So imagine if there's a food poisoning situation in airline, what will happen, right? It will be a serious disaster, and that will be a biggest news, right? Like, this entire plane, entire team has got food poison, those kind of a scenario. So airline industry, like food catering facilities, they are very concerned, right? So I just explained the jewelry policy. So airline industry is like, chef or whoever work in the kitchen, they can't even wear the necklace, right? So the rings and all, like, totally out. Rings, earrings, you have to. I'm like, it's your choice. So if you want to get into that kind of industry, you have to remove your personal stuff, like, keep it outside and then come back. And then when you want to go back, you wear whatever you want, right? So one audit, they identify one of the kitchen staff wearing a necklace. So what happened? Immediately fired, because it's a violation of basic requirement, basic code of conduct of the organization. So there are industries, they are very strict on this GMP requirement, because, like, Nexus, they say, like, any microbes can be contaminated there. There's no way of cleaning it because you are not removing and cleaning it. So that level were there in some industries, right? Now, now you have a case study, right? So people who coming from industry, or people who has industry experience as interns, go back and think what are the personal GMP gaps you can identify, right? Try to identify it. Or people who just don't have industry experience, think of your kitchen and try to develop this. And then person who has wrote about the ETP plan, if you can just let me know relationship between ETP, effluent treatment plant, and GMP, would like to know what is the, like, rationality behind it. But otherwise, I think, like, it's not relevant because it's in the chat, because otherwise people might get a wrong idea about it. So that's why I'm just asking. Yep, Tim is clear. The task is clear. Now you're focusing on people. Yeah, now you're focusing on people. Is it clear? Tim, are you clear? Yep. So people are clear. So one question, while others working on the thing, uh, Sansia Tarush, Sansia Turai, what do you mean by fumigation is needed? For what? This is about, like, toilet, right? Microbiological issues. What do you mean by fumigation? In toilet? No, you can't. You can't survive with the fumigation. Fumigation we are using for different purpose, not if you have a toilet. So only thing is, like, toilet has to be discard and, like, move out from the place. So you can't go with the yeah. Uh, so my question is, now people who coming from industry background, you can go back and think what are the gaps under personal GMP. You can jot it down. Or people who are, like, don't have any industry experience, go back and check your kitchen. The person who work in the kitchen, maybe your mother, I don't know, somebody, and then whether they are following the GMP requirement. Yeah, Gamarchi, you are clear. Yeah, you're good. So let's take 5 minutes. So now 2:52, maybe 57. Let's start this. If you have a question during that time, I'm available. Yeah, you can start putting into chat. Right, I got feedback from Apsara, like in kitchen. I think, like I guess this is your home. Wash hands properly before food handling. Yeah, that's must. And wear clean PPs, apron, gloves, cap. Yeah, maybe we are apron and maybe cap. I don't know. And I don't know. From home, you are using gloves or anything, unless like you are using a baking something for the hot activity. But gloves, no jewelry, nail polish allowed. Yeah, so designated toilet. So I'm like, especially if you have somebody to help you on the kitchen, you make sure like if there's not sick, uh, maintain like uh, uh, maintain a proper plan with them, and then not allow them to come into the kitchen, right? Because sometimes like we sometimes we noted one thing we noted is. So when you wash and then like you wipe your wash in your cloth, right? So the cloth is not being washed for like so many years. Textile is a deco so for when how to wash hand. Yeah. One thing, yeah, textile industry. See, I think like you are talking about medical device part, right? Yeah, it's very important. Hand washing and inadequate supply of soap. Yeah, sometimes like people don't supply. So when you have a hand washing facility, soap is not there. Uh, and then sometimes no dryers, damage or improper fitting PPs, unauthorized entry into the sensitive production area. Yeah, because sometimes people might like it doesn't depend on your designation, right? So people like it's about hygiene. So hygiene and doesn't go in line with designation. So if you want to go into the place, you have to have a proper PPs, right? Yeah, agreed. No system for regular hygiene audit. Yeah, that's one thing. Contaminated street clothes worn. Yeah. So like that's very important. Siam said, like you are coming with your own clothes. You're coming from bus and you're coming from a different area, and then you go to the production area without having a proper uniform, right? Or maybe cover apron. So that can be another contamination. No separate clean canteen away from chemicals. Yeah, no regular health checks, definitely. Chemicals, not clean policy for reporting sickness before during work. Agreed. Seafood processing plant based on GMP cap analysis. Hand washing with soap. Seafood is you have a lot of allergens and then high risk product, right? Because protein are there with soap and warm water, especially after hand washing seafood using restroom or touching non-sanitary surface. Like in food industry, if I'm working, if I touch my face or ear, again I had to go and wash my hand because that can be a contamination. So after I wash my hands, I should not touch anything, even my face. Right? That's a theory. Use protective clothing, waterproof apron, gloves. Yeah. So they have to use waterproof hairnet, beer net. Yep. Agreed. Boots must be worn all time. No jewelry, no washers, accessories allowed in processing area. Avoid physical health screening employees with wound means skin infection, communicable disease must not restrict for handling seafood. Fully agreed. This is really nice. Clean and trim nail, artificial nails not allowed. Nail polish are prohibited. No eating, drinking, smoking, or chewing gum with hair or touching face. Okay, now she's talking about fair hair, face, hair, body during work or prevent contamination. Proper training on GMP. Regular bath, clean uniforms, personal belongings must be stored away from processing zone. Use of hand sanitizer in addition to hand washing where appropriate. Nowadays, like we are using hand sanitizers, right? It assure there's no germs, right? Proper disposal of waste like use gloves, apron, and then when you remove the gloves, like you if you are using gloves, especially seafood industry, you are using gloves, right? So you remove one gloves and then remove the other gloves. So this is very important. Same thing. So SR also mentioned touching non-food surface, phones, handles. So that is very important. Like when you're in the production area, that's why most of the organization they are not allowing giving you phones as well, right? Within a laboratory, eating, drinking should my PPE kits are necessary. Yeah, display posters, hand washing posters. And now we talk about like seafood and all, like we talk about wet process now. Situ talk about spice processing, that is actually dry food, right? Hand washing guideline and frequent of hand washing are not mentioned. Yeah, there's a gap. Personal protective equipments are not provided, especially no any illness reporting system, any person. Yeah, so you can correct it. Yeah, splitting. Pharmaceutical industry. Okay. This is very important, like, ivory tower tour, right? The coconut product line workers misuse the sterilizer, causing product spoilage. Workers handle dirty coconut husks, skip hand washing, and then touch the milk collection tank lid. So that could be a contamination, right? I think, like, we are getting a lot of, I think you're almost in track. So, bakery industry, all staff must wear clean uniform. So again, bakery industry. Uh, it's like your product goes into high temperature, right? In baking, it's more than like maybe 180 200 temperatures, so there's a nice killing step, but then after you bake it again, if you're touching, right, so there's a chance of contamination. So that where you need to be careful, right? Wear clean uniform, hairnet, caps, and avoid wearing jewelry, right? Okay, this. Yeah. Tea processing industry, personalizing workers wear clean uniform, hairnet, gloves, and health status, no single illness, hand washing behavior. Yep, I think like biscuit production in 18 plant, wash hands, warm masks, net, unhealthy people to activity, personal hygiene industry, health industry, hand hygiene, proper use of lab coat. Yeah, I think like we are covered. Interns and trainees should consider about cross contamination too. Use the same gloves, difficult unit operation. Yeah, interns and trainees. So if you're going in a different areas, that of course you need to cover that part. I think like you cover the personal hygiene part right now. Uh, Let me go back. We complete facility part. We complete equipment part. We complete warehouse. We complete the people. Now we are moving on the final phase, right? House, personal hygiene, and then pest control. Right. I think like even previous you talk about the pest control, preventing pest control program. So this GMP requirement, like add little bit more about the pest control part, right? So here, like uh, pest apart from people. So people will be a contamination. So now people you can control to the training, to the monitoring and all. But pest you can't train them, right? You can't control them. So you need to like eliminate them. So preventive pest control program, preventive pest control program. Physical barriers, screens, seals, doors, whatever, right? Use of licensed pest control companies, preventing access, harborage and infection, monitoring and detection, eradication. So this is pest control is very important part, right? So preventing pest control program, preventive pest control program. So any industry, right? We need to identify what are the pests available. Like earlier, when ISO start has a panel, it basically start like okay, develop a like agreement with the pest controller. But right now, these standards are much advanced. Then they are talking about pest control plans, right? They are talking about pest control plans and then analysis of pests. Say, for example, now I ask this first question, your surrounding. say there are seasonal, like your factory next to the mango plantation, right? So during the certain period there will be a flowers, there will be a mangoes, so then there will be insects are coming up. So then your insect problem will be available only certain part of your time, right? So then you need to have a action plan against that, right? So if you've seen the hotels, most of the hotels, like we consider as environmental friendly, so they don't, even buffet areas, they keep open, right? They actually keep open, uh, just to like enjoy the surrounding, and the nature, and then you are air. There's no artificial air conditioning, so you enjoy the natural breeze. But then there's a problem. What what happened if when guests started to enjoy, there's a flies, and these insects are started to coming, so that will be an issue, right? So how do they control those pests like flies? Because in our home, if you started to eat from outside, there can be so many flies, insects are coming up. But in when you go to these hotels or resort, you don't see this, right? So they have a effective pest control plan, right? So they identify what are the typical type of flies or insects are available in that particular area, and then they use pest control plan against that. Maybe during the night time, they do that. They basically eliminate all the pest harborage point. But what we do in our factory under pest control is a totally different concept. So what we do is we try to put fly catchers each and everywhere without having proper control mechanism. It's like this, normally in our house, what is the security mechanism we do, right? In our house, what is the security mechanism mean? In our house, what we do is we make sure all the doors, gates, everything is closed, right? To theft to come in, right? So you have so many barriers. Your gate is locked, your door is locked, your windows are locked. You make sure it's kind of a locked environment, right? And then I'm like, if somebody come with all the break all the barriers, and if they come inside, then you keep one stick or whatever, like sword, whatever, just to make sure your self defense. You keep only one weapon or whatever, right? That's it. But imagine other way around. You keep your the gate open, you keep your doors open, and then you keep 10 pistols and swords and all. If somebody comes, I'm going to kill. So which one is the correct one? The first one or second one? Which is the correct one? The first one or second one? First one, you covered everything. Your gate is closed, your door is closed, your window is closed. And if somebody breaks that barrier, only you have one weapon with you. And second option, your gate is open, door is open, windows are open, everything is open, but you keep 10, 20 swords and all kind of thing. Yeah, first one, right? So same applied in the first your pest control. But in most of the factories, when you go and see the factory, you have so many fly catchers, you have so many blue pads, it's everywhere. But when you see the outside, nothing's there. Nobody has put effort to identify the harborage point. So when you have a proper licensed pest controller, you need to talk to them and say, okay, look, my problem is this. Throughout my year, I have issue with the mouse. Okay, mouse issue, you need to sort the harborage point. So identify where they are coming from. And then these insect. So you need to identify moth, whoever the insect, type of insect. So moths are coming from this particular time, maybe night, and then give me a solution for that. So you need to go into that detail analysis, right? It's a seasonal thing. So then you discuss with your pest control partner, or maybe you identify I have rat bait station throughout the factory, and then every time every week there's a one particular bait station, there's a rat coming up. So I mean there's a loophole, right? There's a loophole, so you need to correct that loophole. So talk to your pest control. So pest control is like that, preventing access, not just let them come in and then do take action. So again, when you install a fly catcher, so every week you need to check in your fly catchers what is the type of like insects they captured there, right? Then you do the analysis and give that information to your pest controller license. Give that information to your licensed pest controller and get their advice, right? Like these are the critical things. Most of the people, they don't do this activity, right? So they like put like fly catchers and everywhere, and then think like your pest control plan is good, and then finally end of the day, like your product has pest contamination, it goes to your customer. That's the end of your issue. Like customer will like blacklist you. So we had to make sure our pest control is really good, right? So, and then second thing, placing your fly catchers, that is also very important. Since we talk about the tea factory, when I'm like maybe 20 years back, like tea board has like asked all green tea leaf manufacturers, I think 20 more than that, asked to go for hazard certificate. So then people, what they did was, like they started to like this pest control came up. So even lofting area, so I think like you guys know what you mean by loft, right? So you bring the green tea and then keep it for like you cut down the moisture level to maybe 70 to 30%, right? So we call loft area. So overnight it was like dried with the air and all, like, so that's most important part. Normally early it just lofting area is open, right? So when you need to study, right? Like your tea plantation is open. Tea plantation is open, right? Like tea growing area is open. So you pluck it, bringing, and then keep it for drying. Like with the lofting area, we call it withering, right? So for maybe I don't know some hours, right? And then only prevention we need to make sure is like the birds. Right. And then especially these tea factories are in a kind of like rural areas, and then nighttime, like, entire area is kind of a black. So what people does at the beginning was install a fly catcher, because somebody said like, we need to have pest control to get hazard. So you install fly catchers everywhere. So then at the night, what happened? It started to give like, the lighting, attract insect. So all insects are coming from everywhere just to attack that light. Right. So you have to do your pest control with on a scientific basis. Right. It's a mandatory requirement. Right. So now I hope you got understand the pest control, because I put a little of time on the pest control because it's very important. Right. It's science based, and then you need to actually do an analysis on the type of insects. You can't just place a flycatcher and say, okay, look, I captured this amount of flycatcher is there. I'm through with the pest control. No, every week or every month you need to understand how many flies. Then you, after you do 1 year study, then you analyze the type of flies, then you identify the season pattern of the type of flies, and then you communicate back with your pest controller. That's how you need to do it, right? Okay, now same exercise. Now you go back and do the study on pest control activity in your industry where you practice. You work as interns, like we have team from the government medical device, the oil, pharmaceutical, as well as cosmetic, and then people who don't have any experience. You go to your kitchen and see where's your pest control. Yeah, and then develop a gap report. Yeah, this is how you remember those stuff. It's easy then. So then if you do this, if you go to industry, you will definitely practice this, right? And then definitely you are getting benefit, industry is getting benefit. Yeah, guys, is clear? Guys, is all clear? Maybe you can use the reaction if it is clear. Team is clear. I'm not getting any feedback. Nipuni, you're good. All right. Okay. Madhushankar, you're good. So I guess people are okay. So, yep. Tavishta, yes, good. Thank you. So let's take 5 minutes. So 3:13, 3:18. Yeah. So you can start. Darshani, like you are trying to find uh, control for the pest control. But anyway, like, you remove garbage frequently, but again, you need to have pest control plan, right? Yep. So remove garbage is like, outcome, the plan, action plan to minimize the pests or like, pest intrusion. But you need to have pest control plan. So my point is like you need to study the gaps in the pest control plan. Yeah, Darshan, you got my point, right? Yeah, we'll take 5 minutes, and then while that time you can start communicating. Yep. So Sashi has basically said food factory use external barriers, insect-proof windows and doors, insect light traps. So yeah, but do you have a like say when you go for a factory, again like when you have a factory plan, uh, machine layout plan is there. So then we need to have a pest control plan as well, right? So proper pest control plan. So my question, when you study, like whatever the industry you have, are you in line with this requirement? Keep the kitchen clean, dry and time, sorters, seal containers, dispose the garbage daily in. Okay. So Takshila said like, you're in kitchen, like, you basically identify the requirement, how to like, prevent pest intruders, right? But my question is like, what is your current status? Say, do you have a a mechanism to capture the cockroach? Do you have a mechanism to capture the, like, flies if they're coming? Do you have a fire prevention plan? That is the question, right? In kitchen use vinegars. So you are using, okay, vinegars and all, disrupt and phrase, okay, based on screen sensitivity, sensitivity, put bay leaves on there. Okay, you're talking about controls, but what is the frequency? Now, like, Edri Singh has basically said use vinegar spray to disrupt pan trails and all, like, what is the frequency? So are you having frequency? Employ garlic, onion, pepper spray, like, boric acid. Okay, I'm fine. What is the frequency? Improper disposal of storage. Yeah, I know this is what, but you need to have pest control. House kitchen, right? No regular inspection of pest control. Agreed. Now, Sachini has mentioned. So in kitchen, we don't have no regular inspection, right? For pest. And then conduct weekly inspection plan is not there. Uh, and then food left covered. So inviting, waste bin left open. Yeah, not clean. Yeah, no measure barriers on windows, vent, cracks and gaps in walls, floors. Yeah, no pest control records. So, yeah, we don't have that, right? So, chemical, agreed. So, this is really good. Let me go down. Rat, are you sure? Cockroach and flies are main pest in kitchen. Waste bin, yeah. So, we don't have proper waste plan, right, in kitchen? Yeah. Yeah. What about people from the industry? So now we have a lot of input about from the kitchen about the kitchen. What about what about industry people? Okay. Yeah, curtain at door, ceiling gaps, floor drain. Yeah. In kitchen or regular inspection for sign of pests, no seal gaps. Yeah, agreed. Uh, Trash at home, mouse traps, fly screen, mosquito coil. Okay. We let's see the food company. Basic trap spray, periodic inspection, no clear documentation, pets, sliding or control, inconsistent frequency of inspection, potential entry points, doors, vents, not fully sealed. Yeah, storage areas may see now, like, Bashini has like upgrade this checklist gap, right? So this gap, like, this will be very easy if you are implementing GMP, right? Like, potential entry point, doors, vents not fully sealed. So you can mention door in this particular warehouse, vent in this particular areas, right? Storage area may attain pests if spill or leak occurs, right? And then so you can do that daily. So Ivory has basically no scheduled pest control service, cockroach seen near coconut kernel storage, washing area windows have no insect screening. Yeah, this is the kind of a gap, right? So this you can identify. Home kitchen, in home, like, sitara, right? We don't have screens, and sometimes the doors are left open. Garbage is always covered properly. Lack of regular monitoring. We don't monitor, right? So seafood processing plant, seal cracks and opening block pests, use traps and insecticide to catch control. Yeah. Rasanjali, pests, no pests, explanation measures, gaps in doors, windows, and ventilation. So maybe you can explain what do you mean by gaps? What are the areas? You specifically mentioned that. So, and then poor draining, standing water near facility attract insect rodent. Okay, you just mentioned the area. So you said like poor draining in this particular area, unsealed opening, utensil lines, pipes, and roof joining not properly sealed. So don't give generic answers, like, you can, if you can just elaborate what are the exact reason, right? And then current practice in control, regular inspection, monitoring, trained pest control staff, barriers, door seals, air containers. Yeah. Complaint G. Yep. So I think like you understand. Okay, I got more here. Hired licensed pest control service for regular inspection of factory twice a month. Install screen of windows. Yeah. So when you see the concern I'm going to like uh, communicate with the team is like you can hire the pest controller, the agreed licensed pest controller, but you need to provide the information because like they are coming once a month, right? They are coming once a month. So, or maybe twice a month. So when they come, you need to provide information. Say, okay, look, this is my major problem, right? This is my issues. These are the areas I have more pest. So then it will basically like, eliminate the problem. So that is most important part, right? Now you know about the pest control and then let's move. Now, this is most important part. You see, this is coming under GMP. Product information and consumer awareness, right? Product labeling, product labeling, and then traceability, right? What do you mean by product labeling? What do you mean by product labeling? So when you take a product, right? If I take a water bottle, right? That particular water bottle. If I take a water bottle, right? So I have a water bottle, right? So this I'm not going to promote somebody's brand, but there's a water bottle. So it has like it has some information. Uh, so it has source of water, spring bottle as source, and then so it basically mentioned, right? Do not accept if cap is broken. Store in a cool, dry place away from direct sunlight. So these are the information, right? Source of water, spring bottle at source, right? And then they mention who distribute, like address and all, and then they have given because the water you can't just sell, right? I'm like I can't just sell, get a water, a few water bottles and I pack and sell because there's a legal requirement. So they mention health minister registration number is mentioned, right? And then SLS number, SLS 894. So this is comes under SLS guideline. So that number is mentioned. And then recycle all the informations are there. So then they say that both are kala pani hai jane, bottled drinking water, right? Spring water. So like these informations are there, right? And then on top of that, manufacture date is there, expiry date is there, and then price is there. So these are legal requirements, right? So there are special act, right? When you put like you can't just say whatever you want, right? So if you have a like product description, product labeling, there's a special legal requirement. I believe like maybe this will be one of your subject, right? As a food student, is it one of your subject? Tavisha, is it one of your subject? The labeling, label regulation, is it? Yes, so this is one of your subject, right? Shanika. So this is very important. So you can't put whatever things. And then if it is a product with sugar, you have to give the sugar content. So these are GMP requirement, right? And then allergen information. So this water doesn't contain any allergen, right? So, but if your product has any allergen, so according to WHO guideline, there are certain number of allergens are there, and then there's a regional allergen. So you have to give an ingredient, right? List of ingredients. So if I'm allergic to some ingredient, what I do? I should check from the ingredient list, right? Gluten free, those kind of allergen information has to be there. So those are GMP requirement, right? Very important. Those are GMP requirement, right? And then traceability. What is traceability? What is traceability? What do you mean by traceability? What do you mean by traceability? What do you mean by traceability?
Tracking the way from farm to the table.
Uh, Tracking from farm to table, right? Yeah, that could be there. So there are two type of traceability. One is we call farm to table, we call backward traceability, and the second thing we call forward traceability. That's very important. Once you manufacture, now this particular water bottle is there. So if I'm like after consuming this particular water bottle, if I died or if I'm having a kind of a food poisoning situation, I will say, okay, only I had water throughout the day and only this water bottle, right? And then they should trace when they go for inform to the manufacturing site, they should be able to trace when this was packed, what is the packing material, who was involved with the packing line, and what bore well or whatever. This is spring water. So what is the tank? They should be able to go up to the source, like you said, like farm, right? So backward traceability. Maybe if it is a supplier, you should be able to go back to the supplier, right? The packing line, QC approval, like entire information has to be there. Normally, what we do is what we believe is if you have a good traceability system in your organization, and if you can prove that your quality management system is 70 to 80% is good, right? I mean, like without anything, you can see your quality management system is quite good. If you have a traceability system, documented system, but if you don't have a proper traceability system, then that's the question. Right. So when you do the audit, like as auditors, what we try to do is we just check the backward traceability part. If you have good traceability, we know okay, you're 70, 80%, you are done, you're through. Right. But if you don't have traceability, that's the issue. Right. So then one is backward traceability. You go back, check the plant, the machine, type of equipment up to supplier or up to farm. Right. Then again, these are questions. So now there are people like you coming from tea industry. So you have a different line, and then you have a bought leaf. Yeah. You don't have plantation, you have bought leaf. People have 1 acre, half acre, and all. So you collect tea from that. So that will be a challenging, like your oil storage facility. So we need to find this. I mean, like theoretically it's easy, but when it's come to industry, it's really challenging, right? That's one thing. And then forward traceability mean after you dispatch the product, say this particular batch, say this was manufactured in 25/6/18. So batch number is 0618. So batch number 0618 will say 1,000 bottles they dispatch. So they dispatch among the entire Sri Lanka. So maybe they will say, okay, send 200 to Colombo, 200 to Ratnapura, 200 to Kataragama, like that, 5 distribution point. Then forward traceability means how soon I can get the information in Colombo, like what happened to that 200 water bottles. Is there any remaining? Because if there's a food poisoning, they should know at the distribution point how many bottles are left out of 1 month time, right? So this is one challenging part, right? So this is the one area product labeling, product allergen information, traceability has to be there. And then let's forget about the traceability part, the rework part. So this is very important part. So do you have any idea about this traceability thing? Is there anyone who has experience doing backward traceability, like even your internship of I'm sure you don't have any experience in the forward traceability, because forward traceability is you do with the help of senior management. Is we call we are going to touch that as well. Recall procedure. It's a very sensitive study. Only more senior people involved with the forward traceability part, because you need to touch your distributors and then get their information and feedback. But as a technical people, we work on the backward traceability. Is there anyone who has experience on backward traceability? Do you have anybody who has experience on backward traceability? Nobody, right? Okay. So are they maybe there are people I noted with final year. students and all are there. So you are like, almost about to go to the industry, right? So when you go to the industry, when you join the industry, with the permission of your management, try to do a backward traceability, right? So that will give you a total understanding about your organization. Say, for example, if you're in a oil manufacturing industry or tea export industry or maybe biscuit or maybe a garment manufacturing industry, try to do a backward traceability. Like, go to the warehouse, finished good warehouse, get the finished good stock, one stock sample, and then try to see who did the final QC, who did the cutting, or like, backwards, or maybe oil industry, like, final pack, and then what is the last blend, when who's packing, blending up to hatcheting. Like, if you can go that information, right? If you can find out that information, you have like, fully understanding about your entire QA system. So maybe you can take this as a kind of a homework when you join in the industry, right? Try to do a backward traceability with the approval from top management, right? Whoever you are reporting, say I need to do this. So this will give you a total understanding about. I think that they will like it, right? So that you can do that, right? So that is one thing. So this is very important part. Product labeling, allergen information, traceability. So product labeling is a separate subject. It's a part of legal requirement. I think like you are very much familiar with that. So just make sure like, you are adhering to all the label requirement, right? So then let's move into the other one, the rework. This is very important. Why rework is important? Because sometimes you have to do rework, right? Sometimes you have to do rework. Why you have to do rework? Because say for example now, like, 1 minute. Why you have to do rework? My screen is visible, right? Hope you can see my screen. Team screen is visible. Is rework screen is there?
Yes,
Now
it's visible.
product recall, right? Yeah. Screen is moving, right? Right. Okay. So rework is very important. Why? Because sometimes you need to work with the rework. I'm like, say, if you discard everything, that will be total waste. Say, for example, if you are in a tea packing line, tea export packing line, right? There will be a defect. So what do you do? Like, you are not going to just discard everything, right? So what you do is like, you take the tea bag and then like you keep it. There will be separate people. What they do is they tear off the tea bag. Tea bag cannot be used, and then they use the tea again and put it back into the system, right? So now when you put it back into the system, again you are adding more risk. Why? When you tear off the tea bag, there can be a bag particle can contaminate with the product. And then again, the people will be handling that product. So there can be a microbiological contamination. Yeah. Or maybe if there's a staple metal particle can be contamination. And then there will be a string. So string particle can be there. Then there will be a like, a tag, T tag. It can be part of contamination. So you are adding more risk, right? So when you're using rework, right? So a lot of industries they are using rework, right? So then you need to have a separate control. And then if you are adding rework, then again there will be a challenge to your traceability, right? So if you're adding rework into your product, there should be a mechanism saying, okay, this amount of rework have been added, right? All industries they're adding because you can't discard. It's a waste, right? So clear procedure for rework food. So there should be a clear procedure for rework. And then rework must not compromise safety or agility. So if you are putting rework, say for example, if there's a tea, they are like, if done for last maybe 6 months back, you can't introduce and like, put saying, okay, expiry date is this particular date with the new brand because you can't, because already you introduce almost 6 month old tea bag, right? So your expire date is like, violation. So that part we need to make sure. And then storage, identification, traceability. If you are keeping rework, how do you keep the storage? So that is very important. So rework is part of the GMP requirement. So there should be a separate control. One is to keep the rework. Second thing, approval and introduction to the production is maintained. So in your documentation, rework has to be there. So I think like these two part we covered. And then product recall. This is most important part. So it in line with the traceability, right? If you don't have a traceability, you can't do product recall, right? So under GMP, TS standard, technical standard, you need to have a product recall plan, right? So why you need to have product recall plan? Say you implement GMP has a ISO FSSC system just to make sure there's no like chemical, physical, micro, allergenic, whatever the hazard for consumers, right? But system said if there's a failure due to unforeseen error or due to unforeseen situation, there's a failure, you should have a mechanism to recall the product. And then recall procedure has to be test. So, like, you need to communicate the traceability, mock recall, you need to conduct. See, backward traceability, I told you, right? And under traceability, like, is easy. You can actually, like, complete the backward traceability part by yourself because it's within your scope. But when you started to talk about the forward traceability, it's challenging. Why is challenging? See, like, as a technical person, I manufactured and then I transfer it to a sales department. And then sales, they do the sales. Say, for example, if it is oil shipment, so they, like, sales department do with the foreign person, and it's a sales to sale, like, dealing. So then it's a transaction. Like you provide the good, they provide the money. And then they hand over that product into a storage, like the warehouse. So the product belongs to warehouse after that. So imagine now you are going to do a mock recall, and then you try to contact the stores in other company and ask for information. And then that product already belongs to that company. Do you think they will give the information to you? I don't think so. Then there will be so many issues. So you need to have a proper communication channel. So if you want to do a proper communication channel, you need to talk to sales and then sales via the production team and then the warehouse team. It take time. So when you do a recall, you need to identify the time consuming because we are doing a recall. There's a critical scenario. Say there's a food poison, there's a chemical contamination, right? So because of that, we are doing this in a situation. Right, to do that, we need to make sure, like, you have to have a proper channel. So you need to communicate with your suppliers, right? So this is recall procedure, right? Recall plan in place and communicate and traceability, right? So now uh, I need to do a like small case study, right? Say people from, like, industry, you can think of how to do a backward and a forward traceability. Think how to develop a backward forward traceability. And then in people from, like, home, if you don't have any industry background, just think like, you already had lunch today. Think of backward traceability for the lunch. How do you identify, like, think how far you can go, like, identify where did you get the rice, where did you get the dal, and, like, the if it is fish, who has the fish, how old is the fish, when was the, like, fish brought to house. Can you identify this information? And people from industry just check the oil, the garment, the pharmaceutical. Just think how is your backward traceability, and then just, I'm not sure about the forward traceability. Just think of backward traceability. Can you think of the backward traceability? Is it clear now? Team, is it clear? Team, are you clear? So your lunch, you had lunch, right? Just maybe 2 hours, 3 hours back. Yeah. Yeah. So just think of backward traceability. එළවලු පහක් තිබ්බනම් පහේ කොහමද බත් එක කොහමද කවදද ගෙනාවේ? Just see. So I give 5 minutes. Just think of backward traceability. And then if you do, just put the information. Rice, this is the brand of the rice, and this we bought this right from this particular place. So if it is industry oil, I have batch belongs to this. If it is from, like, biscuit, tea, I have this. I have this particular system. Just jot it down in the chat. Is it difficult? Tim, is it difficult? The best recall procedure. See, normally what the mock recall, what we do is like, you identify the time and then like, your sales director, maybe technical director, QA manager, most senior people will come and then they identify this is the product we are going to recall, right? And then this is the batch number. So on that particular time start, that is the forward back study mock recall. Then within that time, like, entire team, they communicate. And then like, it's like, interesting plus challenging scenario, right? That is we call mock recall. But backward traceability we can do it. So my question is, don't go for the mock recall. Maybe you might not have that experience, but my question is, just go for back like, mock recall situation, the backward traceability. So can I get feedback? So it's not very clear or what? Not starting to get feedback. So your lunch today lunch, how far you can go? I think Diniti, you asked a question, right?
Yes. Mhm.
So I can do. I'm okay with that, but I don't know how to do it. Maybe Shahan can help you. So end of the session we
Uh,
can do that. So you
Shehan
can.
tell me he was in the outside and he was unable to do that.
All right.
That is why I contact you.
All right. Okay. So if you can tell me how to do it, because
Uh,
so we have about like almost 398 participant, right?
yeah.
So how we going to bring them into a one screen?
Actually, I also don't know. I will check and at the end of the session, I will let you know.
Sure, sure. In between also, like otherwise, end of the session, people might started to go. So
Yeah.
in between, if you can let me know how to do that, I don't mind trying it out.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So okay. So Edrisi has done a study backward traceability, right? Rice. Paddy come from Polonnaru area to mill of Nipuna rice brand. Okay, so he use nice rice brand, then it's manufactured with their mill and transport to supermarket. Then it's by my mother and wash and cooked and this come to our. Okay, see now addressing. So now your rice brand has a date and expiry date, right? There should be something like that, right? That is most important part. Yeah. So addressing, you got my point, right? So that name has to be there, and then the name is there, and then there should be some expired date. So you go and check with the bag. So unless you bought from like open like open kilos or whatever, then you can't trace back, right? So you are dead. You are at like, that's that kind of a dead end. Like you can't go beyond that. But if you have a pack like 5 kg whatever, then in that pack there's a date. So you can go up to that. And then what about other vegetable? So you are not eating rice, so there will be some other vegetable, at least dal, whatever. So can you trace it back? Can you trace it back? Uh, so that it's not easy, right? It's not easy. If you tried out this exercise, actually it's not easy, right? It's not easy. It's challenging. So everything has tried out. Like this is your lunch, right? Imagine uh, like uh, I mean, we are not talking about last week. We are talking about today. Right. So okay. Isuru has given when am I shrimp black? Okay. Finish product code, each black label with product code, date, batch, lot number, idea, processing record, link batch to the raw shrimp, lot, processing date, QC checks. Okay, great. Receiving record, link raw lot to supplier, farm, harvest date, pond number, health sent. Excellent. Farm record, pond location, stocking date, feed supplier, health monitoring, harvest dog, finishing block. Yeah. Isuru, this is perfect. This is the plan, right? So if you can go and find out the information, that's ideal. So Adishwar, lunch, rice, dal, curry, go to color, salad, omelette, rice. Kill supermarket, earlier warehouse, earlier packaging facility, farm in Polonaru. So we don't know it's farm in Polonaru or somewhere else, right? Where did you get this? Both of you are saying farm in Polonaru. See, earlier they are from Polonaru, but do you know like it's from Polonaru? Adishwar, do you know it's from Polonaru? How do you know it's from Polonaru?
Just guess, guessing, wild guess.
Yeah, yes, guess. You can't guess here. You need to have data. You need to have data, right? So they are maybe the rice is from Ampara area. Right. Imagine maybe like you think it's Polonnaru, Ampara the area, there's some issue. So we have to make sure like, batch number has to be there. So dal curry, coconut powder, kills, right? Okay. So you need to identify like, it's not easy, right? So dal curry, when was packed? Is it from India, right? Expired date. So there's certain extent you can go. Coconut powder from where? Right? The expiry date, Nestle manufacturing facility. So, you can't say from Halawat, you need to have information, right? So only information you can get it is the coconut that particular batch number. That's the only thing you can get it, right? So egg packing kills. So Nelna farm expired date. You identify that. Yeah. So guys, you identify that part, right? Now it's clear, right? You can't in
Yeah.
traceability you can't have guesses. Only data, right? My lunch, early rice, market price, company ready. Yeah, we don't know. So you need to have expire date, beetroot, market. So it's open, brinjal, open, onion, open. We don't have traceability. So some of the product, Tekla like identify. So we don't have the traceability. That's the challenging part, right? We don't have the traceability, right? So that is challenging thing, right? Let's move on. You have done that. And then product transportation. So GMP required this. So your vehicle hygiene, so vehicle inspection, like when you have vehicle incoming, you check the incoming inspection, the condition, the smell of the vehicle, whether it's damaged or not, and especially if it is a product vulnerable thing, like you check the vehicle condition. So and then transport temperature monitoring during transport, that is very important. See, sometimes like we have a situation. Sometimes like people. Uh, I'm like not everybody. As a food specialist, we need to know. Like your if you have running a transportation, if you turn on the chillers, you can save some electricity, the diesel, right? So people tried out different mechanism, right? So then and then when it's come to close to your factory, they turn it on again. So you have a temperature, like your back in temperature. Temperature is correct, right? You can see temperature is correct. So how to overcome this kind of scenario? So they use like kind of like mechanism, like you install this with the product and send it through this transporter, and then you take it out and then you check the temperature probe, like it you can download all these. Oh, nowadays you have like temperature loggers automatically connect into the system, Wi-Fi system. So if there's a temperature dropping, automatically it indicate to the relevant people. So this is very important. So this is temperature logging are there, right? And then cross contamination, like when you transport product, say for example when you transport product to a like far away distance, so they might keep your food product with non-food product, right? Then there's a chance of contamination. Sometimes there's a smell. Say you're sending some biscuit product, and then they will say, okay, they are taking the kerosene as well, or maybe chemicals. Your rice with the chemical, right? And then that's like cross contamination. What happened, like sometimes like your lorry uh, supposed to transport food items, and then when they distribute everything, when they come back they bring the chemicals, fertilizers. Do you think it's okay? Say for example your lorry goes up to a far corner in Sri Lanka, they transport all the food items, and then when they come back they bring some chemicals, because otherwise it lorry has to come empty. Do you think it's okay? There's no food item at that time. Only empty lorry is coming. What do you think? What do you think? Tim, what do you think? I hope you it's clear, right? So only empty lorry is coming. What do you think, team? What do you think? You like you have your own distribution channel. So you have a food product. You pack the lorry and then you send it to a distributor, far corner, and then lorry is empty, and then they decided to take chemicals back, fertilizer or something. So then they come back to Colombo, your factory, and unload it. So what do you think? Is it okay? Who think it's okay? What do you think? Now you had to think. What do you think?
We can't do it because we are using that same lorry to again transport the food items, so there might be possible contamination.
Yeah, Adishwar, you are quite right because you can't use it. So if it is a food, it should dedicated to food, right? You can't use it, right? So you have to. I'm like you can bring some food item, that's fine, but you have to get approval first, right? And then sometimes some organization what they do is like they use mixed lot and then do a like stent test and then trial it out, right? Because like it always is again depend on the cost. So maybe like if you are involved in the QA or development, you might involve with this kind of a study, right? So this is very interesting area. So this is one thing, like product transportation part, and then cross contamination. So there are four areas. Now we are close to a final phase. So throughout the GMP, we try to minimize the cross contamination, microbiological cross contamination, allergen cross contamination, physical and chemical. So when you go through the hazard study, HACCP study, right, you try to eliminate this, right? So if you have a proper GMP, right, this is the basic part. This is where we are lacking. If you have a proper GMP, if you implement proper GMP in a food or food related industry, right, manufacturing facility, you eliminate all the microbiological contamination, you eliminate all the chemical contamination, you eliminate all the allergenic contamination, right? So you eliminate all these issues, physical contamination including. So then you are only can focus only on the advanced techniques, advanced issues like critical control point, because under GMP you covered everything. So now throughout the day you guys have been done a lot of gap studies, maybe in your kitchen or maybe related to industry. So imagine if you implement everything in your industry, right? So your industry is very clean, very clear, right? And then you can pretty much focus on the HACCP. So the issue in Sri Lanka, right now is because people don't put more effort on GMP. They started to straight away started to work on the HACCP. So as a consultancy team, when we go to the industry and when we started to do a gap study, people will really get shocked, right? Because like you have so much of gaps. So if you do this gap, your HACCP and then VASAP study and threat assessment will be very easy, right? So we try to make sure like, we try to cross contamination is minimizing, because imagine starting from like, people movement, right? Thinking of outside where your facility is stated, pest control, everything you try to cover all these requirements, right? And finally, these are like, final phase. I think I got some message. Okay. Large gallery mode. Okay. Let Tim just give me 1 minute. I'll try to go to, where is this? View. So I have gallery. I don't have large gallery. Gallery speaker together. There's a thing called together mode. Shall I try that? Select max gallery size. 4 people, 40. Max is about 49 people. More option. Turn off incoming video, hide me, remove me from gallery, add chart display, full screen. Shall I try together mode?
Together mode also better.
Let me check because I'm almost at the final phase, so that's why. So let me check together mode. All are there? So only me, right? When you ask question, I think like. doesn't
it
work
work
like
or not?
it's not working. It's like they put me into a seat and say I'm there.
Uh,
View speaker together mode. Select maximum gallery is about 49 people.
um,
Maximum galleries. So when you have 49 people, I have 5 pages.
yeah.
If you can see 49 people, right?
Yeah. Can you take screenshots and send to me?
There's 49 people, right? So
Yeah.
you want them to on the cameras?
Uh, if is it can, it is better. But uh, participants is okay to on the cameras. It is okay. That's better.
Yeah, like you just check with the team. If they're
Okay.
okay, I can take screenshots.
Okay.
Team, whoever can on the camera, like you can on it. So we're going to take a picture. We're at the final phase. You don't want to on the camera, right? So I'll take one. Shall I put into the group or like give me 1 minute. I'll try to take the screenshot. Ah, right. And go back to main one, right? Okay. Now this is a like so when you do the final part, like if you can remember the first slides I showed you, like you have a infrastructure, you have a facility, the warehouse, equipment, people, and then they talk about the cleaning and disinfection part, right? So this is very important. So like during all four facilities, the facility has to be clean, people has to be clean, the equipment has to be clean, and the warehouse has to be clean. So cleaning is a kind of a very important part, right? So you need to do a proper cleaning, right? So cleaning and disinfection, is an integral part of the process of manufacturing. So is it like probably the most important thing you will ever do? Say initially you can develop fantastic facility, but if you don't do a cleaning, proper cleaning, what will happen? Right? So it will get into a serious issue. So microbiological contamination, chemical contamination, and then I can remember one of you said you notice the cobwebs, right? So those issues can be there, right? So the cleaning part, right? And then cleaning sanitation agents and tools. So you work on the CIP, cleaning sanitation agents. So these are very key requirement. And then sometimes like sanitation program has to be there, like depend on say one requirement is if it is a dry flow maintenance, you how you're going to maintain it. You use only the dry equipment, and then there are wet flow, we call CIP, cleaning in place, and then of course you have to make sure sometimes depend on the industry. Say if it is a high risk product like meat processing, you use detergent, you use sometimes acid base, we call different depend on the industry. Say for example some industry say for example if it is a carbonated water or the beer manufacturing, whatever the industry, sometimes you use kind of CIP tanks, separate equipments are there, especially in cosmetic industry. Seen one of our team members are there in cosmetic. So once you complete one manufacturing, right? So then again you use CIP, you acid or base and hot water and maybe detergent wash and you complete it, right? So this is a very important part. And then monitoring the CIP effectiveness, sanitation effectiveness. So that we discussed at the beginning also, when you do a hand washing, you have to make sure you are having a proper hand washing facility, right? You convert the hand washing facilities, and then you check, you monitoring that part. So that's the end of GMP requirement. So it's very simple concept, right? As I explained, let me go back to the summary part. So if somebody asks GMP is very simple, right? So that's where all the confusion came, right? People think it's too simple. It actually is not, right? So you talk about facility, you talk about equipment, you talk about warehouse, you talk about people, and then of course you make sure the cleaning and sanitation is there, right? So if you have this GMP in a proper way, right? So then of course you can make sure your manufacturing facility, your packaging line, your distribution center is quite easily go for any kind of certification, HACCP or BRC or FSSC certification. But if you don't have a proper GMP, then it's not that easy because you have to struggle with that. Right. That's it from my end. Any question up to now? We'll go back to the, I think, any question up to now? Are you clear about the GMP requirement? And then maybe I give some tips when you go to the industry, you can practice. So backward traceability is one. And then since already we are connected in the chat, maybe if you have a question, maybe you can ask. I'll try to help you on those questions as well. Right, team, any question up to now? Right. Team, no, look like no question, right? All clear about the GMP requirement? Team, all good? Right. Okay. Look like all good. So let me hand over to the Peradeniya team. Uh, just to conclude, so my end, like, I believe, like, I try to communicate with you about the GMP requirement and important thing, and then like, you guys are getting into industry as a food specialist and food professionals. So with this knowledge, I think, like, you can come back to the industry and do a lot of work because this critical part, the GMP part, is like, like, we tend to forget, or we try to, like, conveniently, like, forget about this part and go into more advanced areas. So but like FSSC, BRC standard pretty much focusing on GMP requirement right now, so it's quite right. So I think, like, with this understanding, if you started to read the GMP requirement on BRC, FSSC and all requirement, that will be very easy. So that's it from my side. Team, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for Halcyon and all. And then since you are there for chat, like, maybe it will be there for some time. So if you have any question, you can ask. I'll try to answer as much as possible. Uh, uh, all right. Okay. So there's one question. So come to occupational safety workers. Is it possible to maintain a medical center inside the production factory? You can have a medical center inside the production facility, but not in the production area. So Thirakratna asked like question, like, you can have a medical center because, like, manufacturing factory, you have a medical center, but in that medical center it's limited to like, they're not doing any surgery or anything uh, because we don't want any biohazards situation in the factory. But it should not directly expose to the production facility. It should be within the site, but in a different location. Yeah, it should be in a different location, not directly exposed to the production. Tilakarat, hope I answered your question, right? And then it will be like, basically screening, giving medicine to the employee. They're not doing any operation, any open work, wound work, and then, like, then they directly direct to the relevant hospital. So it's a basic facility. Yeah, you can have, but not exposed to the production. Yeah, all good. Right, Tilakaratna, I think I answered your question. And then what about others? If you have any question, you can just put it in the chat. I'll just reply. Other than that, thank you for giving opportunity for Halcyon Consultancy. So we really like, and then we hope we try to deliver the practical aspect, not the theory part, because in your syllabus you covered most of the theory part. But I'll try to link it the industry requirement and then try to give a kind of a practical approach as well. So I hope this will be useful when you starting your careers. So let me hand over the floor to the Peradeniya team. Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sita. Am I audible?
Yep, you're clear.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Before we end the session, I just want to take a moment to say a big thank to you, everyone who engaged with us today. Especially, this is a one-day session, but it was planned more than 1 month ago. And first, especially I want to thank our resource person, Mr. Asita, who is Managing Director of Halcyon Private Limited. And from the very first day, I called him and he quickly confirmed the session date and the time and other details as well. Today, not only that day, today also, he conducted a very interactive session by making participants join in case studies as well. That's very important. And I'm sure all you guys, you gained valuable knowledge from this session. Definitely. And another special thanks for the goes to Mr. Shehan, who is Business Development and Financial Executive of the Halcyon Private Limited Company, uh, who is who was our initial contact. He kept in touch with us and updated us on the requirements and coordinated everything with the organizing committee. Uh, then sometimes it was a little bothering too. And then once again, thank you, Mr. Rasita and Mr. Shehan, for making today a success with your friendly coordination. Especially, I want to mention that. Uh, then, to all the participants who joined us today with us today and trust us. And I hope you got real benefit from this session and uh, enhance your knowledge and enhance your yourself as well. And finally, I must thank the members of the organizing committee. They did a marvelous job to make our initial plan a success. And then, before the end of the session, I have a small request from the all participants, and please share your feedback about today. It can be a positive or negative, whatever. It is no matter, and you can comment about the company, the resource person, the organizing committee, the society, and the session itself. And this help will help us to improve in the future, because we are going to planning that kind of sessions again and again in the future. That is very important to us. Held a proper smooth sessions like that. And I hope you for your support until the you receive your certificate. I hope you all give your supports like that. And at the end, I am truly grateful for this smoothly flowing and wonderful session with all of you. And thank you and have a nice day. Hope to meet you again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.